your mother?
No, I got my own place.
Right, but did you tell them?
No, I was in the process. I've only been here for a month.
All right, well, look.
I told her I was in the process.
You're in the criminal justice system, okay? You don't get to decide what you do. You've got to do things by the book, by the way the judge dictates, okay? You don't have freedom right now. So, I'm asking them, you've got a good
All
work
rise.
history, so
Court is
I'm
in
asking you just to be
Seated.
all
Ms. Bell?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're here today in the state of Ohio versus Michael B. Brown, case number 25 CR 876. The defendant is present counsel Michael Goldberg, and we're here today for an intervention in lieu hearing. It's the state's understanding the defendant is going to withdraw his previously entered pleas of not guilty and enter guilty pleas to the 5 counts in the indictment. Count 1 being improperly handling firearms and motor vehicle. Count 2 being the same, both felonies of the 4th degree. Count 3 being carrying concealed weapons. Count 4 also being carrying concealed weapons, both felonies of the 4th degree. And then finally, count 5 being aggravated possession of drugs, a felony of the 5th degree, all those with attached forfeiture specifications. If those pleas are forthcoming and accepted by the court, the state, well, I guess we're here for intervention. The motion has been filed by the defense, and the defendant has 11 days of jail time credit. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Goldberg?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, we've received full discovery in this matter, and we are ready to proceed with a knowing and voluntary plea. My client did submit to the intervention in lieu interview and assessment. And it's my understanding that the assessment does recommend that remedy and that disposition of this case. So we are prepared to proceed, Your Honor, and that at the conclusion of the plea hearing, I'd ask to be heard on reinstatement of bail or release.
All right, do you want to address the motion for intervention itself?
Yes, Your Honor. Clearly, my client has a problem. His interview did reveal some childhood trauma that he has dealt with. He self-medicated with marijuana. At some point, he had a marijuana card, which was, I think, a doctor's way of just kind of like leaving him to his own devices. I think that his dependency, at least psychological dependency on marijuana, was a big factor in this offense, and that I think he will be a much more productive citizen and be much more successful in his life if he can get over this dependency. I will offer to the court that 8 days in jail, in the county jail that he just spent, has been very significant in waking him up to what he could expect. And I mean, there was another crime here. There was the firearms, which he is, not permitted to possess at his age, if nothing else. And I think that it was a cold slap in the face to him to wake up and see he's in jail, and this is a place that he could choose to be or not to be. So I think with the resources available to him through the Lake County Probation Office and the drug and alcohol treatment programs that are available, I believe he will make the best effort to be successful. I don't know what the end result's going to be, but I know that he's highly motivated at this point. I know he's got very strong family support. His mother's in the courtroom here today, along with other members of his family. He's only 20 years old, 18 years old, Your Honor, and I think he can learn from what occurred here, and especially spending that time in the county jail was, I'm sure, shocking to him. So we would ask the court to grant him intervention in lieu, and he does understand that he's pleading guilty here, if that's the case, either way. And if he were to violate, then the court would maintain the jurisdiction to be able to bring him in here and sentence him, and he's looking at up to 84 months in jail and in prison and $22,500 in fines. So he's got great motivation to go with the opportunity, and we'd ask you to impose that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Tell me why I should grant this motion.
This was a huge eye-opening experience for me. I was living not the life that God wants me to. I was going down the wrong path. But since since this has all happened, I've done everything I can in the outside world.
Well, you haven't, because you're still smoking pot.
Correct, other than that, and I never realized to this was a very eye-opener. I didn't realize how big of an addiction, like I would never thought I had an addiction, but it's definitely one of my big problems I need to get through. I would love to receive help for it. I just want to continue. I'm trying to do the right thing in life, work, further my education. I recently just got into my own apartment. I'm trying to it's just me, my girlfriend, my dog. I work every day. I've had a job since I was 14. I have no problem putting in the work. That nothing comes without work in life, and I realize that. And I just want to continue doing the right path in life. I'm willing to comply with any matters that the courts want. If you guys, whatever you guys want, I'm here. I turn myself in. I don't want to run from this.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't necessarily be worrying about complying with court orders. You should worry about doing what you're supposed to do.
Yes,
to
sir.
live the right way. Then the court orders will take care of themselves.
Correct.
Now, tell me where you were going that day.
I was going back to my house.
Okay, where were you when all this happened?
Willoughby Hills.
What were you doing in Willoughby Hills?
I was just over there. I was smoking. I was just chilling.
Okay, you're from Geneva. What are you doing in Willoughby Hills?
I work out this way.
Huh?
I work out this way. I lived at the time of this cured, I stayed in Euclid at the time. And
Who
since
were you talking to in the parking lot at the Willoughby Hills Towers?
that was my friend.
Who?
His name Braylon.
Braylon who?
Thompson.
Okay, what were you doing with Braylon Thompson that day?
We were just hanging out talking.
This was like 2 in the afternoon, right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't working that day?
No, sir. I always have Mondays off.
Okay. All right, so when you saw the police officer, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then when he was out of sight, you turned on the Chardon Road and went toward Richmond Heights, right?
Yes, sir. I went to the bank. That Chase right there.
Uh-huh. Okay. What were those guns doing in your car?
Honestly,
See, you understand something, okay? Now, when you're asking me to grant your motion for intervention, now is not the time to bullshit me, okay? So what were those guns doing in your car?
they were both mine, Your Honor.
Okay.
The one gun, I was not aware that was in there. I had forgotten about it, but that's no excuse. And I watch the news a lot. I've just been through a lot. I get like, what's the word, like paranoid a lot with the news going on, and it's just for self.
Well, what does your paranoia stem from?
You just never know these days. It's
You never
crazy.
know, especially when you're getting high all the time.
Yeah, and that's probably the lead with the paranoia.
Okay. So you had one under the floor mat of the driver's side and one under the seat of the passenger side.
Yes, sir.
How long had those been there?
The one that was on the driver's side, I had put it in the vehicle with me when I left the house.
Okay. What about the other one?
I had forgotten about it. Probably just
How many other guns do you have besides those two?
it was just those two, Your Honor.
Okay. Why didn't you tell the probation officer that? You pretended not to know anything about these guns.
In the moment, I wasn't sure. I told her I wanted to speak to my attorney.
Okay.
I take full responsibility in them. I should have told her right then.
Yeah, you should have.
Yes, sir.
You should have. So what's going to change with you?
Just me sitting in this county and just realization and the reality, and that I honestly feel so much better that I'm completely sober-minded. I have a good head on my shoulders. I want to continue better in my life. I want to serve God in this world. I have a good purpose, and this is not the route. This is not the life I want. I'm 18. I don't want any felonies. I want to go to college. I want to do better than my parents. I would love to start my own business one day. I have high hopes for myself, and this is just I might have needed this because I was doing the wrong thing in life, and it's not me.
Where'd you get these guns?
I bought them off Arms List. It's a private dealer. I wasn't too aware of my laws. I know in the state of Ohio you could have guns at 18, but I should have did my research. I wasn't aware that you couldn't have. There's like certain links you can you can't have pistols as 18. But I just didn't. I wasn't aware of my laws.
Where'd you find Arms List?
Arms List. It's online. You just meet up with private dealers. It's just it's almost like a Facebook marketplace.
Okay, where'd you go to get these things?
One person I met in a Walmart parking lot, and the other one, they had met me in the back of a bank. It's just
Back of a bank?
Yeah, they just wanted to do it like at an area where there's cameras and stuff. It's just like meeting up like if you know like OfferUp Marketplace.
No, I don't go on the garbage can Facebook, so.
Yeah,
I
I
know
agree.
nothing
Social
about
media
that.
is not it.
All right, I'm gonna grant your motion for intervention. How old are you?
18.
How far did you go through school?
What's the last grade you went to?
Sophomore. I'm in the process. I was going to Tri-C this summer to get my high school diploma along with the trade. I plan to.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, sir.
Prior to coming to court, it's a very important question. Have you taken any drugs or alcohol or any prescription medication in the last 48 hours?
No, sir.
Have you ever been diagnosed with or treated for any mental illness?
No, sir.
Did you get a copy of the indictment in this case?
Yes, sir.
So my understanding is you're going to plead guilty to each of these charges. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, before I accept your guilty plea, I need to determine that you know and understand the constitutional rights you'll be waiving, the consequences of your guilty plea, and the maximum penalty I could give you. And I need to be satisfied that your guilty plea is being made freely, knowingly, and voluntarily. I'm going to ask you questions. If you don't understand a question, stop me. If you want to talk to Mr. Goldberg some more, let me know that, and I'll let you talk to him some more. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have a constitutional right to have a trial, either to me or to a jury of 12 Lake County citizens. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you go to a jury trial, all 12 members must agree to a guilty verdict before you can be found guilty. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you go to trial, the prosecutor will call witnesses to testify against you. Do you understand the prosecutor must prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt at a trial?
Yes.
After the witnesses are done testifying for the prosecutor, you have the constitutional right to have your lawyer cross-examine the witnesses. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you go to trial, you have the right to have witnesses come here and testify for you. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Correct. Yes.
If those witnesses refuse to come to court, I'll issue an order called a subpoena to make them testify. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
You have the right to testify at trial if you want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
You have the constitutional right to not testify at trial if you do not want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you decide not to testify at trial, nobody is permitted to comment on that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you go to trial and you're found guilty, you have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you file an appeal, you have the constitutional right to have a lawyer represent you in the appeal. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
If you could not afford to hire a lawyer, one would be provided at no cost to you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you file an appeal, you're entitled to have a transcript of all the hearings in this case. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you could not afford a copy of those transcripts, they'd be given to you at no cost. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you plead guilty today, you will not have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about any of these rights?
No, sir.
Do you still want to plead guilty to these charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand by pleading guilty, you're fully admitting your guilt to the charges?
Yes, sir.
You understand that by pleading guilty to these felonies, you're voluntarily giving up your freedom for whatever period of time I could sentence you to prison, to jail, or to community control?
Yes, sir.
Count 1 is improperly handling firearms in a motor vehicle. It's a felony 4. It carries an 18-month maximum prison sentence and a $5,000 maximum fine. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Count 2 is also improper handling. It's a felony of the 4th degree with an 18-month maximum prison sentence and a $5,000 maximum fine. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Count 3 is carrying concealed weapons. It's a felony 4 with an 18-month maximum prison sentence and a $5,000 maximum fine. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Count 4 is also carrying concealed weapons, a felony 4, 18-month maximum prison sentence, $5,000 maximum fine. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Count 5 is aggravated possession of drugs. It's a felony 5 with a 12-month maximum prison sentence and a $2,500 maximum fine. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you plead guilty to the forfeiture specification to voluntarily giving up those items listed, do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, I could impose a consecutive sentence upon you. That means one sentence after another for the separate counts. If I did that, you face a maximum prison sentence of 84 months and a maximum fine of $22,500. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about any of these penalties?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you are convicted here, it would prevent you from owning or possessing a firearm?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that if you are convicted and sentenced to prison, that upon your release, you might have to serve a period of post-release control as part of your sentence for up to 2 years under the parole authority?
Yes, sir.
If you are placed on post-release control and violate any conditions, the parole authority could send you back to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If the violation were to be a new felony, then you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for the violation. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And if that were to occur, the maximum prison sentence for the violation would be the greater of 12 months or the time left under post-release control. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand if a prison term is imposed, you are eligible for judicial release?
Yes, sir.
You could be placed on community control for up to 5 years, but if you violated any conditions, I could send you to prison for 84 months. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Has anybody promised you I would be lenient on you just because you're pleading guilty today?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you what I will sentence you to in this case?
No, sir.
Do you understand I would not have to follow the sentencing recommendation of either the prosecutor or your lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Have you had enough time to talk to Mr. Goldberg before pleading guilty today?
Yes, sir.
Has he discussed everything about your case and answered all of your questions?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the advice he has given you?
Yes, sir.
Have you been threatened or coerced in any way to plead guilty today?
No, sir.
Are you freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entering your guilty plea?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Ms. Bell, if this case went to trial, what would the evidence show?
Thank you, Your Honor. Had this matter proceeded to trial, the state would have proven beyond reasonable doubt that on June 9th, 2025, the defendant was driving a vehicle in Willoughby Hills, Lake County, Ohio. He was pulled over by the Willoughby Hills Police Department. As a result of that interaction, the defendant's vehicle was searched. A loaded Ruger LCP Max pistol was found on the driver's side of the vehicle. A Glock 23 pistol was found on the passenger side of the vehicle. Those two firearms were sent to Lake County Crime Lab and confirmed to be operable firearms. Suspected psilocybin mushrooms were also found in that vehicle. Those were sent to Lake County Crime Lab, confirmed to be psilocybin mushrooms, 0.51 grams, and the defendant is 18 years old and not a qualifying adult. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Goldberg, anything to add to those facts?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brown, did you hear what Ms. Bell said the facts would show if the case went to trial?
Yes, sir.
Are those facts true?
Yes, sir.
What is your plea to count 1, improperly handling firearms in a motor vehicle, a felony 4?
So what is my plea?
What is your plea?
Guilty.
What is your plea to count 2, improperly handling firearms in a motor vehicle, a felony 4?
Guilty.
What is your plea to count 3, carrying concealed weapons, a felony 4?
Guilty.
What is your plea to count 4, carrying concealed weapons, a felony 4?
Guilty.
What is your plea to count 5, aggravated possession of drugs, a felony 5?
Guilty.
And what is your plea to each of the forfeiture specifications in counts 1 through 5?
Guilty.
Mr. Goldberg?
Your Honor, he's executing the written plea of guilty.
Your Honor, I witnessed the defendant sign the written plea of guilty. Mr. Goldberg and I have signed the same.
Do you have work for the landscaping company now?
Yeah, he said, "Well, come on."
Snow removal?
Yeah, snow plowing
Okay.
and a couple more leaf cleanup.
All right, Mr. Brown, is this your signature on the written plea of guilty?
Yes, sir.
Did you sign it voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to accept your written plea of guilty?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the written plea of guilty. Defendant was present. Mr. Goldberg advised of all of his rights, made a knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver. He understands the nature of the charge, the consequence of his guilty plea, and the maximum penalty. Finds to be knowing, intelligent, and voluntary. I will accept his plea of guilty and find him guilty of count 1, improperly handling firearms in a motor vehicle, of felony 4, handling specification, count 2, improper handling of firearms in a motor vehicle, of felony 4, handling the specification, count 3, carrying concealed weapons, of felony 4, and the specification, count 4, carrying concealed weapons, felony 4, and the specification, and count 5, aggravated possession of drugs, a felony 5, and the specification. I will not enter a plea of the finding of guilty at this time. I'll stay the criminal proceedings. I'm going to place you on an intervention plan for 4 years. If you comply with the plan, then at the end of that period of time, the charges will be dismissed. If you don't comply with the plan, then you'll be brought back in here and you'll be found guilty of these charges. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're going to serve 8 days in the jail with credit for 8. You're to enter into and complete an intensive outpatient drug and alcohol program and follow all recommendations. You're
Yes,
to
sir.
obtain a mental health evaluation and follow all those recommendations. You're to have no drugs or alcohol, and you'll be screened. You're to obtain and maintain full employment. You're going to complete the decision point program through probation and follow all recommendations. You're to utilize only 1 doctor, 1 dentist, and 1 pharmacy for prescription medication. If you are prescribed medication, you're to take it only as prescribed. And you're going to sign releases so probation can get your records. You're going to pay the costs and supervision fees. Ms. Knaus, any other terms you think are applicable?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Do you understand the terms, Mr. Brown?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question about the terms?
No, sir.
If you don't comply with the terms, then the state will file a motion to terminate the intervention plan. If I find you violated, I'll terminate it. You face 84 months in prison. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, I've ordered you to complete an intensive outpatient program because it's clear to me, and by your own statements, it's clear that you've become dependent on drugs with all this crap in your car and weapons, so you clearly have a drug problem. Now, if you go to someplace and they don't recommend you complete an intensive outpatient program, then I'll know you were lying to them about the use of your drugs. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
So, wherever you go, and this is on you, all right? You're not a kid. You're 18. You're an adult. You need to start acting like an adult. Okay?
Yes,
So
sir.
if you got a drug problem, then handle your drug problem and do what you have to do, so you don't spend the rest of your life running in and out of courtrooms. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Because if you come back here having violated, then you're going to have a big problem. Okay, you're going to have weapons convictions. You face a prison sentence. If you think the 8 days over here were bad,
84.
contemplate 84 months in prison. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And then my guess is, if you can't get through this plan and handle your business, that you're gonna be running in and out of courts for the rest of your adult life, needing the assistance of Mr. Goldberg the entire time. So you figure out how you wanna live.
Yes, sir. I don't want that.
Well, then don't do it.
Yes, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Bell?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Goldberg?
Your Honor, I would just ask that the court order Mr. Brown released and reinstate his previous bail.
Well, I'm not, the bond is released. I'm not gonna keep him on the hook for bond for 4 years while he's doing his plan, so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Appreciate it.
See you.
still do that and then just.
Matthews?
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for community control for Mr. Novoselsky, and I think there are a lot of reasons why that is the appropriate sentence in this case. This was something that obviously could have resulted in terrible tragedy. Thankfully for all involved, it did not. And I think that it is clear from reading what he had to say in the pre-sentence report that he does understand the gravity of what could have happened here. And I think that he was very forthcoming, takes complete ownership for his responsibility, and I think he understands the seriousness of what happened here. Now, Mr. Novoselsky's 21 years old, still obviously, based on his behavior, rather immature in his thinking, and I think there is an opportunity to change his behavior. And I don't believe that sending him to prison is the most effective way to ensure that this behavior does not continue in the future. I think he is young enough, and I think he is certainly, based on his statements, open to whatever sanctions the court would impose on community control, be it residential treatment, NeoCap. He does not want this to be the way the rest of his life goes, and I think he made that clear. And he is asking for help, Your Honor, and looking at his criminal history, there's nothing serious. These are his first felonies, just dumb stuff, criminal trespass, disorderly conduct, the kind of thing that I think indicates that he is not by any means irredeemable. So we would ask that the court consider community control sanctions with whatever conditions the court would impose, Your Honor. Thank you. Oh, excuse me, there are a couple of members of his family that would like to speak.
Well, what do you want to do? Tell me how you want to, him or them, or
If they could speak.
just tell me your name and tell me whatever it is you want me to know.
I'm Steve Novoselsky, Joseph's father. I'm here with his grandmother. We'd like to start by saying we realize how horrific this mistake was, and we realize how much worse it could have been. And I'm confident in the fact that he realizes this also. But I'd like to focus on letting the court know that there's more to Joey than the mistake and mistakes that he's made in his life. I mean, this kid was on a fast track to success at a very young age. I had prearranged from the day he turned 18, I got him into the union, electricians, IBW, Local 673. I personally drove him. For 2 years, I brought him into the company I worked for. I taught him what it was like to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, to drive an hour to work. For 2 years, he worked side by side next to me, learning the trade through my eyes. I got him his first checking account, which his paycheck got direct deposited into that. I co-signed for his first credit card, co-signed for his first loan, which he bought his first car. Took him to my insurance agent, got him his first insurance policy on his vehicle. He paid his car off. He responsibly paid his credit card, paid his phone bill, and his car insurance for 2 years next to me with my help, learning to be a productive, responsible adult. After 2 years, he wanted to branch off on his own. He went to the union. He applied for the apprenticeship. He did the interview. He took the aptitude test, studied hard, passed the test. He got accepted into the apprenticeship. He was going to school. He he had a bright future ahead of him. I'm here to help the court understand that besides his freedom, he's lost a lot in this mistake. It was a horrific mistake. 21-year-old kid, he screwed up. But since then, he's been kicked out of the apprenticeship. That was my plan A for him, for his future. My plan B was the military. I really think the military could have helped him. I still do. If he's convicted of a felony here today, I don't know if he's convicted yet or not. I don't know where we're at in this, but I don't think the military is going to let him in. I'm trying to figure out what Plan C would be, but I'm just here to show that there's more to him than the mistakes he's made. He had a bright future. He worked hard, and he stumbled, and I'm confident that he can get back up on his feet and restart his life. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I'm Jerry Johnson, I'm his mom. Oh. Sorry. I just don't want him to send him to prison. Like his dad said, he's a good kid, and he just made a mistake. That's pretty much, his dad said a lot.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm his grandmother, and I agree with my son. Joey's a good kid. He's a good kid, and he's a hard worker. He's a good kid.
All right, thank you. What do you have to say?
I just wanted to say I'm sorry to Dylan and Ryan. Those are my good friends. I mean, I never meant to hurt them. They didn't deserve it. And I've had a lot of time to sit and reflect, Your Honor, about my mistakes. But I don't want to make any excuses. I'm here today to take responsibility for my actions. And like I said, I learned a lot from this. I want to put it past me and become a better person, change my ways. That's about it, Your Honor. I don't have any excuses.
So what kind of drugs you been doing?
I was using cocaine and alcohol,
Okay.
and I feel as if it was getting out of hand.
Why were you using cocaine?
It was just, I was hanging around the wrong people when I turned 21, and I started going to the bars, and it was just for fun, and then it got out of hand, and
When did you start using it?
I think I first tried it when I was 20, around that time.
Why?
Just hanging around the wrong people. I just wanted to experiment.
Why were you hanging around the wrong people? Who were
I
the
don't know.
wrong people?
Trying to be cool, and
Who were the wrong people?
a couple buddies and men at the bars, and
Who?
just a lot of people that I know.
Who?
A couple of my buddies, like my buddy Ryan, but just a bunch of different people.
Okay. How many rousing success stories have you seen in your young life that are cocaine users?
None.
None. So you thought, maybe I'll try this because this will really help me in my career choice?
I mean, I never thought it would help me, but I lost a lot with it, and now I realize that this is not the life.
What positive impact, before you started using cocaine, did you see that cocaine would have in your life?
None.
Okay, then why did you do it?
I don't know. I was just experimenting. I don't know. It was.
I don't understand.
I had a good feeling.
I don't understand experimenting. What does that mean, experimenting?
I just wanted to try it, and I felt good on it, and I kept using it, and I
Okay,
got
did
a
you use
hand.
it the night this happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when did you use it?
I was doing it with some buddies a couple hours before.
With who?
Ryan, that was involved with me.
And who else?
And that was it with my
You
buddy,
said a couple of buddies.
my buddy Chinchar. We call him Chinchar.
What's his name?
I just know him from the bars. We call him Chinchar.
What bars?
Downtown Willoughby and Frank and Tony's and 1899 and stuff.
So, how did this day start out?
Well, it was 4th of July weekend, and we went out. It was me, Ryan, and Dylan. We were hanging out. I went to the bars, and we ended up staying out all day long. And then we drank too much, and started doing some cocaine. And then it was around 2:30 at night. The bars were closing, and we didn't have any more money. I mean, we could have definitely Ubered. I could have definitely Ubered home. That was probably the best decision. But I mean, we all lived pretty close. They were going to a friend's house. I had work the next morning, so I wanted to get home, get them home, and get me home. But I thought it'd be cool to
What
drive.
time were you supposed to go to work the next morning?
6 in the morning.
6, and it's 2:30 now,
Hmm.
and you're all drunk up and coked up. You
It's a
can catch a
terrible way
few
to live.
hours and go to work.
It's a terrible way to live, Your Honor.
Yeah, That's kind of the understatement of the year right there.
It's been a terrible year for me. I just want to make this year good.
See, this wasn't a mistake what happened.
I had full responsibility. I knew
It
exactly
was,
what I
it
was
was
doing.
action that you took.
Hmm.
Did you think that getting all drunk up and doing coke that it would be okay to then get in the car?
No, I knew
But
it
you
was
did
wrong.
it anyway.
I knew it was wrong. It's 100% my fault.
Right.
Hmm.
I mean, you don't need to tell me that, that's obvious. So it wasn't a mistake,
No.
it was an action that you knew, you knew what it was like to do cocaine, so you knew what effect it had on you.
Right.
You knew what effect alcohol had on you.
I
And
completely.
So it wasn't a mistake that you got in the car, it was an action that you
choice.
decided to take.
Hmm.
Okay.
I completely know better, and I'm very disappointed in myself for that.
Right. How come you can't behave yourself in the jail?
Just feel as if I was immature and
Okay.
just a bunch of people.
When does the maturity stuff kick in? You're
right now.
sitting in jail since this happened, right?
Hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
And so, 6 weeks later, on August 14th, you get locked down. August 17th, you get locked down. August 31st, you get locked down. September 18th, October 10th, October 30th. What? Why?
Just a lot of different people in there. It's a bad atmosphere.
Are you
know.
trying to act like one of the people in there?
I mean, I maybe was trying to fit in with people, but
Why are you trying to fit in with people over there?
it was just the atmosphere. I didn't want to be out of place.
Okay, well, so you didn't want to be out of place when you were 19, 20 years old doing coke and drinking at the bars. You didn't want to be out of place. Now you don't want to be out of place here. When are you ever gonna, when will you ever begin to think for yourself?
Hopefully after today.
Well, I would think hopefully after July 2nd. Okay.
Right.
Why did
Definitely,
you
yes.
run away from the scene when this happened?
I was trying to run from my problems. I didn't know what to do. I've never experienced anything like that. I came back, and I mean, I realized that it was the wrong thing to do. I mean, I was just traumatized by the accident. I just didn't know what to do. I was trying to run from my problems at the moment, and when I started realizing what was going on, I came back, and I knew it would be worse if I ran. And
What exactly is your problem as you sit here right now?
I can't think for myself, and I need to find myself and become a different person, be who I want to be. I know I have more potential than this. That's my problem. I'm trying to impress everybody else, and
So, how long you been at the electrician thing?
I started as soon as I got out of high school. Like he said, I was doing it with him for 2 years, and I got in the apprenticeship for
What
a
did
year.
you learn from working with your dad for 2 years?
He taught me a lot.
What did he teach you?
He taught me how to get up every day and work in society and be a normal person. And I feel as if I let him down.
So why didn't you follow his lead?
I don't know, I just started hanging with the wrong people and started not caring as much about it. But it was a terrible mistake,
Wasn't a mistake.
right?
Wasn't a mistake.
It was a terrible
It
choice.
was a conscious decision.
Mhm.
Problem I have with you is you were taught the right thing. That didn't really impact you. You still wanted to, as you say, hang out with the wrong crowd. Do you ever think that maybe the crowd you're hanging around with thinks you're the wrong crowd? That ever dawn on you?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay. Okay, you're all doing stupid shit, and here you are. And those guys that got hurt, one guy's still not back to work. The other one had to have major work done to his hip because of you.
And those are two of my lifelong friends. I never meant for that to happen to them.
Well, I would hope you wouldn't mean that to happen to him.
It's all my fault.
Yes, it is.
I just want to do better.
Well, then, if you want to do better, why haven't you done better when you've been in jail? That tells me you don't want to do better. You kind of like this shit, don't you?
No, not at all.
Seems like it.
Every day I want to go home to my family.
What's with flashing the girlfriend at the jail during visitation?
Just stupid stuff.
I know that. I know that. I know it was stupid stuff. Question is why you did it. Do you think this is all a game?
No.
You've been sitting in jail for 150 days, and somehow you think this is a big game?
No, I know it's not a game, but
But what?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I know it's not a game, and
You don't
I
seem
know
to
that I have to do better.
You don't seem to have many answers as you sit here. So you're 21. How are you going to make it to 22?
I'm going to do better this year.
Where were you getting the cocaine from?
Just people around the bars.
Okay.
Uh,
Who were you getting the cocaine from?
Couple buddies.
Okay, let me try this again. Who were you getting the cocaine from?
My friend Tay.
Tay. Does Tay have a last name, or does it just go by one name?
I know him from Instagram and Snapchat and at the bars. I only know his first name.
You only know his first name. Nobody ever knows names of anybody around here. It's amazing.
I'm truly honest though about that. I mean, I met him through different
You
friends.
met him through Instagram.
Met him through different friends, but that's his name.
Okay. What friends did you meet him through?
My girlfriend and
What's her name?
Jillian
Jillian. Jillian have a last name?
at Kasiewicz.
Okay. Who else did you meet him through?
I met him through her.
Okay. So did you get cocaine from Tay
But it's
July 2nd?
No, I got it from my buddy Ryan that night.
Okay. Where'd he get it from?
I'm not sure. It's like I said, everybody around there is all doing it, and I just hopped in with it.
Yeah, so everybody was doing it, so I did it. Okay. How did you know what was in the cocaine?
I didn't.
You didn't, but you did it anyway. So, nothing seems to have changed since July 2nd. So, you tell me, what am I supposed to do with you? What's the appropriate sentence for you?
I just want to get the help so I don't do these type of drugs and make these type of decisions and
What help?
some type of treatment.
What kind of treatment?
I don't know, I heard Lake House and I heard Concord Pines are very good, and
Where'd you hear that from?
I had a buddy, Hunter, that just came from there, and word around that that's a very good facility to go through.
What research have you done on drug and alcohol rehabilitation programs?
I have gone to a lot of AA and NA meetings in the jail. Every one that was available, I could have went to. They give us. I read the NA, the pamphlet that they give us. There's a little book, and
What did that teach you?
it taught me to understand that I was an addict and understand that, that accept my addiction, and to you got to accept it first before you can work on it. And I used to go to NA meetings with my father, and he thought that was the best for me. So I believe that my problem and these choices were influenced by alcohol and drugs, and I have good intentions when I'm sober, and I'm a hard worker, like they said. I just have a slight problem that started to get out of hand, and I need to
It's not a
fix it.
slight problem. It's not a slight problem. Why do you think it's a slight problem? It's not a slight problem. If it were a slight problem, you wouldn't be sitting here for the last 150 days. It's a huge problem that you don't seem to realize, which doesn't surprise me based on your activity in the jail since you've been there. You're not the least bit mature. A slight problem. Did you really say that?
It's a major problem.
Major problem. I don't know that you realize that.
I realize that I'm here right now and that this is no place that I want to be, and that's what led me here.
You see, you need to do something about it
For sure.
if you don't want to be here. And you're not. You haven't done anything about it. Because you got your 150 days out of Willoughby. And you're jerking around over here. Since then. I mean, if that's a life you want to live, then go ahead and do it.
There's no
Nobody's going to
life.
get in your way.
There's no life that I want to live, John.
So now what are you going to do for work?
Try to get back into the union.
Why would they want you? Didn't they just toss you out from the program?
That was for coming here. I mean,
Right.
they
Why
had
would-
no choice.
What makes you, in their eyes, what makes you a dependable employee? See, they need guys who are gonna show up every
Mhm.
day for as long as they need to be there to do the work. They don't need guys who like to piss around and go do coke and drink themselves silly until 2:30 in the morning and then show up half in the bag the next day. Why would they want you?
I wouldn't.
Right. Why would they?
Probably don't.
Okay.
But I know that I will find something. I will find a job, and I will do better. And I can assure you that, because this is no life that I want to live, like I said.
If this isn't a life you want to live, then you should stop acting like it's a life you want to live. Because that's what you've been doing over there.
$100%.
What else you want to say?
I don't want to make any excuses. That's really all I have to say. I'm glad that this is coming to an end, so I can focus on my life now, and I'm going to stop worrying about this. And I mean, I learned a huge life lesson from this. I never put my life or anybody else's life in danger. I have no right to do that. I have no right to put anybody else's life in danger. And I just want to move forward from this.
See, the problem I have with everything you say is that you say you learned a huge lesson from this, but you continue to screw around over here. Which tells me that you haven't learned anything from this, other than you don't like to sit on your ass for 150 days in the jail. Other than that, I don't think you've learned anything.
I can assure you that I won't be going out to do stupid shit like that again. Sorry, excuse my language, but I'm a man of my word, and I promise that if I were to have another chance, I wouldn't do anything like that.
Well, what you fail to understand is you will have another chance. It doesn't matter what I do. What I do is inconsequential to how you decide to live your life. Now, you don't want me to send you to prison. Neither do your parents or your grandmother. Okay? Whether I send you to prison or not, in the end, doesn't determine how you live your life. You determine how you want to live your life.
Mhm.
So, I have nothing to do with this.
It's up to me.
It's kind of the general rule of human existence. It's up to you.
Mhm.
Ms. Contour?
Thank you, Your Honor. As you're aware, the state is recommending prison. Ms. Shepherd and I met for quite some time last week on this case, and one of the considerations we had is the defendant's age and how young he is. But what we could not look past when making the decision on a recommendation were the facts of the case, Your Honor. And the defendant was on probation through Willoughby Municipal Court for underage drinking. The facts show that he was at the bars for a long time, and the Willoughby Police Department was actually called to a fight in the street in which the defendant was part of. No one got arrested at that time. I did become aware of that when they got a call several hours later that he had crashed his car, which is exactly how they knew who he was. He had cocaine, marijuana, and alcohol in his system based on the blood testing. He got in the car, he drove through downtown Willoughby, he stopped at one of the homes of one of the victims, Ryan Hochschild, picked him up, he had Dylan Adams in the back of his vehicle, lost control, he hit the light pole, it came down on top of the car, and both Dylan and Ryan and the 911 caller, who was not connected to this at all, stated to me that he screamed to everybody run. And that
Except the other two couldn't run.
Correct, and what they told me when I met with
So
them
you ran.
Mhm.
is that the front seat passenger thought, I can't run because I can't move. And Dylan, who was in the back, had to be pulled out through the window. He could not move at all until the fire department got there. He had to be transported sitting directly straight up because his hip was out of place. He was put under that night, had it put back in. And what bothers me the most about all of that is that he got out, he left his friends, he tore off his license plate thinking that he was going to get out of it, and he left the scene and wasn't found until 25 minutes later. And when the officers began to administer field testing at that time, all he had to say repeatedly was, I'm just a kid, you can't arrest me, someone call my dad. And so based on all of those
You didn't
facts.
say that?
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't say that.
I said call my father.
So the cop's lying.
I-
Cop's lying to get you?
I mean, maybe I did, but
Maybe you
I
did.
don't remember.
How do you know? You've been doing coke and drinking for hours and hours and hours, and you're gonna tell me you recollect exactly what you said? Okay? Yeah, go ahead.
Your Honor, the chance that you take when you get in the vehicle and drive under the influence of any of those things is that someone died, and that's the only thing that's missing from this case. Instead, they were just seriously injured, and that could have happened, and the state can't look past all of those facts. And even at the end of the meeting I had, the pre-sentence report was not yet completed, and after I reviewed it, I then learned that there has been 8 jail incidents since the time he has been in, which further confirmed that we felt that that was the right recommendation, Your Honor. Thank you.
Besides cocaine, what other drugs you use?
I smoked weed and I've done ecstasy in the past, but that's not a normal thing.
It's not a normal thing to do that shit in the first place. All right, I've reviewed the pre-sentence report, the psychological evaluation, the letters I received in support of you, and listen to your mother, your father, your grandmother, listen to you, listen to counsel, considered all the provisions in 29, 29, 11, 12, and 13. I'm going to place you on community control for 5 years. You're going to serve 121 days in the jail with credit for 1. The last 30, you'll be in the jail treatment program, complete it, follow all recommendations. Then after that, you're going to go to NeoCap, you're going to complete that program and follow all recommendations. After you complete that, you're going to go to either Lake House or Concord Pines. Into that program, follow all the recommendations. After you complete that, you're going to go to sober living facility for a minimum of 6 months. You're going to get a mental health evaluation and follow all recommendations. You're to have no illicit drugs or alcohol, and you'll be screened. You're to go to at least 4 AA meetings a week and get a sponsor. You're to utilize only 1 doctor and 1 dentist and 1 pharmacy for any prescription medication. Take your medication as prescribed. Sign releases for probation. Obtain and maintain full employment, have no contact with the victims, and pay the costs and supervision fees. Anything else, Ms. Randallson?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand all the terms?
Yes, sir.
Any question about the terms?
So I got 120 days in NeoCap, in Lake House, and sober living after that.
Right.
Okay.
What does that mean?
I take full responsibility.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out, I guess. Why, does it seem like a lot that you have to do?
Yeah, but I guess I deserve it.
Well, it's not whether you deserve it or not. You deserve much worse. Okay? It's not whether you deserve it or not. It's whether you're going to live like you're supposed to live as a responsible adult, or you're going to continue to screw around like an irresponsible 14-year-old. Now, once again, you do whatever you want. That's up to you. Okay, now, if you go through these programs and take it seriously, which I'm not sure that you will, then you're going to come through this fine. If you don't take it seriously, then you'll probably get booted out of 1 or more of them, and you'll be back here again. All you have to do, really, it's a pretty simple prospect here. You're either going to do what you're supposed to do as a normal adult, and if you do that, then this stuff will be a breeze. If you don't do it, then you'll be exactly where you were on July 2nd and for the few years before that. You decide what you want to do. Now, if you don't comply with these terms, then the state will file a motion to terminate your community control. And if I find you violated, then there's a lot of time in prison. How many months?
72, Your Honor.
72, 6 years in prison. So you're gonna be over here for 120 more days. I don't know what the over-under is for the number of jail infractions is. But you probably ought to stay under that, like at 0. Or else that'll tell me everything I need to know. Anything else?
Nothing further.
Mr. Matthews?
No, Your Honor, thank you. There may be a license suspension on the misdemeanor OVI.
Is that 1 to 7? And what's the fine on that?
I'm looking.
575?
575 sounds familiar?
565, mandatory 565 to 1,075. And a 1 to 3 year license suspension.
One more term of probation, and that's to get a valid driver's license. Would be a $1,000 fine imposed, and a 3-year license suspension.
Your Honor, does that start today or at the day of the offense?
Starting July 2nd of '25. Anything else?